jewel of three prayers starting to glow, which allowed you guys access and kind of morphed you guys into the Hall of Holes, where you guys had to fight some gibbering mouths, uh, a disgusting creepy crawlies that forced you into the next room, where you guys got to again face your mortality. So with that, you guys went that way. You read the inscriptions on the table and found also the hallway that had been caved in. Go opting to go this way through the door that absorbs you. Oak following suit with Vitchik grabbing on, not wanting you to go, but ultimately he got pulled through, and then the group caterpillared all the way through, which I thought was amazing. And you guys came out the other side into the stall of Hall of Silence that led into the trial of the Crawling King, where we got to watch a Faye go and try and do her best. I'm not drunk, you're drunk kind of thing. And it didn't work out very well. But with the levitation spell called by Reyna and the really more dope monk shit, I'll call, you were able to kick her through to the door, push her up against the wall, and then with you taking damage, we all realize what those rings might have been for as we look back and see Oak covered in cuts, which should not be there if she did not enter into that room, but yet they're manifesting physically, and she starts to drip blood, and then is absorbed into the ground, and as part of the trial accepted, fills the chrysalis. Chrysalis fills up, and the door opens as you guys are able to now get into the next stage. So I'll just remind you that in that room, before you went into the hallway, there was a side room that you could have not gone into, but you are long past that now. You are past the blades and into the stairwell. There is literally a stairwell. So you know how when you go into a room, you can tell like this is a stairwell kind of a deal, and then you get that feeling immediately. This is not like a room with stairs that goes anywhere else. Immediately, this is all its function is. But with that, with a prayer of healing done by your cleric Oak, you hear this distant wailing sound that kind of matches a drone's. It's more of a dread kind of a wailing. It's not like a cry. It's not like a oh no, and it is definitely not like a person. You know what I mean? It's almost like the wind. It's hard to tell what it is. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those creepy, very discordant, and nothing that you. You're really happy that that prayer of healing kind of drowns it out for a little bit. But when that 10 minutes is up, it's right back to just hearing this droning, wailing noise. I would definitely say that nobody mistakes it for like, oh no, somebody's in trouble, but it is definitely has everybody on edge. That's where we pick up with the group resting on the top of the stairwell with the hall. It's been 10 minutes, so yeah, the hall is still no tossing and turning going on. The blades are not moving or vibrating anymore, or oscillating at all. And you have had at least 10 minutes to gather your wits about you. So that's where we pick up. I'll turn it over to you, group. How would you like to proceed within Betrayer's Rise? I mean, you don't know anything about it. It looks. This book. This book. Everything's in this book. Sorry. So what you see is this beautiful emerald, as I mentioned last time, a glittering emerald set with silver chain, humming with a power, and definitely is an attunable item as soon as you start to hold it within your hands. But it is a necklace. If you want to do or show it to anybody, you can make an Arcana check on it yourself. Like, but it's probably not going to reveal too much information. I don't know. Definitely seems like a magical, and that you've seen a lot of weapons and items, and this one definitely just exudes power, much like when the other items that your friends carry? It depends on when you do this. Do you do it? Do you put it on at the beginning or the end of this 10 minutes? And because of that, you get the effects of a long rest. And I don't see why I'm giving temporary hit points to a short rest. Yeah. So, because of the type of item that this is, which is now in your inventory, if you refresh, the amount of the dice love this table. I just want everyone to know that this is insane. I want you to all just know that. The dice love you all as well. All I'm saying. Yes, you do have scholars. You're right. You are good. No, you are good. And they go, tell them what it's called. Or not. Broke her brain. Are you gonna tell them what it is? And where did and they stole it and stored it here in Betrayer's Rise. And it was rumored to be something that the Aurora Watch was looking for, and they just found it. Not anymore. Technically belongs to the Aurora Watch. Just saying. Again, I did not give that. You're welcome, but it is not like that. Eyes of the Eagle. Thank you. Yes. You'd be able to discern those with a little bit of time and focus on them as they would make your vision very good. It gives you advantage on perception checks, and I think increases your like vision up for like a mile or something silly like that. Something like that. I think it's those ones. I could be mistaken. I reserve the right to be wrong, but it's something like that. Yeah, when it's clear out, you can extremely distant creatures and objects as small as 2 feet across. It doesn't say. I think when you click on it, yeah, which is yeah, extremely distant. Whatever the fuck that. Yeah, yeah, they are. Oh, aren't they? I swear they were. These ones say that they require attunement here. I didn't know there was okay. Well, all of Call of Neverdeep uses Legacy everything because that's when it was from. But technically, it's that. I didn't even think about that to be completely honest with you. this, this, did you like literally this stuff right here? That's the difference. It is now like something like this is a item that is no longer attunable. If you don't mind, I mean, I didn't even think about that. Well, it does matter. I mean, kind of. I mean, right? There's a difference between attunable and not attunable, so it does matter. Exactly. So it really does matter when we come down to it. So as long as we all you should be on the same page. But yeah, I didn't even think about that. This was written for 2014. That's all I can really say. I didn't even think about this argument or conversation, to be honest with you. Ooh, that's a look. Yeah, that's a look. I like it. Yeah, I like it. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not even gonna do a check on that. That's cool. I'm just gonna let you do that. That is sick. Yeah. Oh yeah. I gotcha. Okay. Anybody else have anything as we see these two playing with their new items? Any other moments? The chick would be a little shaken, so he's sticking close to you. Some of that bravado's kind of shaking off of him. You know what I mean? Knowing that that like spunky young guy gets the world thrown at him. He's really has that happen at this point. Like even for an animal, he's seeing this. So he's been a little for him sucky and sticking around you and Reina a lot more. Like yeah, he's just for your a little humbled. That's a really good way to put it. Yes, really, especially he's probably even feeling a little sore. I mean, your healing definitely takes anything of actual damage away, but I'm sure he's feeling kind of tender and sore right now, which he's not used to, right? And he's been attacked, ripped open, and just you can kind of hear him being pretty stoic, but a little sucky. Still young in and strong and still, but humbled now, but that's just what you two would see, just for your little note there, or well, the group would see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. Oh my god, I'm a fix. I know a lady. I was waiting for the Frankenstein. She's like, I'm good. And she's like cut up. She's got some like light bleeding. You know what I mean? But like, just like, she's like, I'm totally fine. See what I mean? Yeah, I'm bewildered. Like, holy shit, dude. Okay, just because of that, I would love. Okay, Raina, please. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I just want to hear how, like, something like that deserves a little like flourish on that. I'd love to hear how that 18 manifests. Just yeah, nothing crazy. Just whatever you think. Just give us a little flavor. Amazing. I just think that would be so cool. Incredible. That's incredible. Like I told you guys, the dice gods love this table. You guys. So yeah, sorry, Raina. Yep. Yes. But they don't heal. Yes, the good berries would be probably better. Just yeah, the definitely. So I would definitely say I would definitely say the good berries would be better, but like the beta nourishments are definitely great in a pinch. Yes, yeah, yeah. Unless you guys have some magical way of doing that, you know what I mean? Because but that's a whole other thing. So just ordinarily, no. Yeah, only 100. She makes a fucking bush. She makes a little tree. Yeah, I kind of I imagine that manifests as a tree. Yeah, yep, 100%, 100%. Which is incredible, and you guys are doing it in a fun, flavorful ways. So I have no problems with it. I mean that, like, it's really fun. You could, I wonder why you guys are chosen ones. Crazy. Yeah, who's gonna go first down the stairs? The stairs are 5 feet wide, so only long wide enough for one person. Of black stone that cling to the walls of a rectangular shaft, and they descend. If you look down, anywhere from 80 to 120 feet, maybe maybe 100 feetish kind of thing. And as you kind of look over there, you can just kind of seeing, yeah, no, hearing the echoes of a distant wailing. Yes. Mm-hmm. Make a stealth check, please. What the fuck? Sorry, I heard everything except maybe I missed. How far ahead is he going compared to the rest of you? Okay. Well, yeah, there's basically stairs that kind of go down around. So they're built in out of the wall. So if you kind of imagine this used to be the 5 foot stairs are basically carved out. You don't have a railing, and you could literally fall into a shaft and go all the way down. Like you could fall off these stairs. Not that you guys have to make any checks or anything, but I'm just saying that this isn't OSHA approved. I like to think that if I remember the map, there's squares down. So it's a square shaft, rectangular, sorry. So you are going down in squares, if that makes sense. So it does not spiral, but going down. So there's almost like a weird shaped landing. It's not big enough to do anything. It's not literally a landing. It's just like a stone that's bigger to get around the curve, right? So it's not literally a square, but if you're kind of imagining that, so it's a little like weird shaped as it's been carved all the way down. Yeah. Yes. So like if that means you'd be down like a certain amount of flights, right? Like if we're on the same page. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. Yeah. No, I love that, and that's great. So that means you would get down almost halfway before they would be, and they'd be at the top, right? And then going from there. Yep. Just make sure we're all on the same page, and I love that. And I want to. And then, so who's going second, third, fourth? Oaks in the rear with this chick. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Well, that's up to you guys at this point. Sorry, you were gonna say. Okay. Have him make a perception check with that in mind, please. Hell yeah. The rest of you, are you trying to be stealthy as well, or just going slowly? Yeah, like obviously you guys are behind him, but if you're trying to be stealthy, I would just like stealth checks from the rest of you. Which is so there's yeah, no, that's fine. No, the problem. Your DCs will be different than the guy in the lead, and mhm. So you want to be a little ahead. Okay. Yeah, you add those together for sure. I believe so. In this, because he's especially in this case, because it's a sound-based one. I think that's where he gets his. And this one would definitely have that involved in it for sure. Because it is a perception proficiency, right? Like, just make sure I'm remembering right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That definitely applies. No, it doesn't say. Oh, well, it counts. We're going with it, and it's already done. So, okay, I have that number. Niran, how are you proceeding down stealthily? Going down here, the wailing is getting louder as you're going down, and as you get halfway, like there is a proportional, like it's kind of louder to hear. It's less like wind and sounds more like, oh, how to describe, like it's almost like a really like sad choir maybe almost, but yeah, it's one voice, and it's more of like the way that it is echoing off of the walls and stuff that kind of gives it a more full feeling, if that makes sense. And what I'd say is that as you're getting down, it's easier to locate the one sound. So it like above it probably sounds a little more melodic in a terrible way, but as you're getting down, it sounds more and more like a mono audio perception of a voice kind of thing. And so as of right now, like phase just about to start, you are getting past the halfway point, and it's starting to get very, very loud in your ears as you're continuing down. Any notes as you want to make as you're continuing down, straight down 50 feet, you know, sorry, you said 60 feet. Yeah, so you'd be almost all the way down and only have a few more rounds to go down, as you can already see the ground and your ears starting to be full of just this noise. No, hear darkness. Mhm. Yeah, so you'd be able to see down to the ground. In the black, it is just black. Mhm. Okay, that actually okay, cool. So you put some, and that would actually make a difference for sure. Like without doubt, it is not like inside of your head or anything, and so you would actually Yeah, which would this would be an interesting way for you to now realize that, and like because it would be very loud, and as you're getting down, let's say you're about 20 feet, so you're just coming around the last couple of bends, you kind of now see just where you'd be the landing, if you will, and it is just black, as in the black stone, as everything is, and at this point you can start to see a little bit of a light coming from the large archway that looks like, so it'd be kind of just like this little corridor landing area. There's probably like a little dead space behind where the stairs come down, and then you'd turn right, like you could turn left into that dead space, and like, but you haven't seen any reason to like look down there even as you're coming down. It just looks like dead space, nothing hiding in there. Now if you want to make any notes you can, but you'd have to turn right, and then you'd see a larger, like 10 foot by 10 foot rounded arch, and you can't see anything, but you can see like a glow of dim light, like very dim light, not even enough to see. It's only just like casting. It actually make it harder to see some things because it almost casts like a veil of light, if that makes sense. Yeah. So that's kind of what you see as you're coming down. It's casting a little bit of a glow here, but because of like the black obsidian and onyx like rock here, it almost like grabs the light. There's no reflection. It like grabs at it, and it's interesting. Maybe it's the magic, maybe it is like the way this place is designed, or maybe it is like the stone itself, or all the above. That is what you see. Of note, because of everybody seeing basically black and white, it would be very hard to you can distinguish where they are, but it'd be very hard to distinguish where your friends are. Even Faye getting a little bit of a head, you would have to do double takes and be like, okay, where is she? And just like be careful and attentive to like see her. Same with him going down. Like you guys are trying to be obvious with each other. You know where to look, and that's what's of note. Because, like I said, you have black here. Everything's black. There's very little light to differentiate, even with your dark vision. Very hard to see. So like you basically be making. Oh, go ahead, please. Nothing so of note. Little rubble. Like if you needed to pick up some stones and stuff, there would be like this place is not clean by any means. Dusty, dungy, dingy, musty, all those kinds of things. This is not a pleasant place to be. I don't think I've harped on this enough, but the smells very unpleasant. This is not. It's not like kind of. It's almost like being in a sewer. Also like old caves, and the smell of death is in the air. Things like that. It's not a pleasant, sour, probably hot in places, cold in other places, but it's not flat. The walls jut in, jut out. Sometimes you have to kind of adjust your path to go. It's unpleasant in every way, just not enough to be of any, like, more of a mechanic, just of note. But um, flat black walls because of the onyx. But like, yeah, when you sometimes you touch on the wall, you guys have like, had to like get little cuts and stuff, and little slivers. Like I mentioned, some of the rocks and like how granular it is, kind of like that. Not a very pleasant place to be. Did that answer your question good enough? Or yeah, right. Okay, make a perception check. Faye, where do you want to stop in? Like I said, you have to kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, he is doing some weird signals. Oh, okay, that's what he's doing. But you are able to just kind of clumping down. Reina and Oak, what did you roll for your stealth? Can you roll for Vith check too? And Near dark down here, hard to see. That's not a bad roll, obviously, but it is dark down here. But lovely, yeah. Cat coming down. You're having a hard time. you probably kind of was what like I was mentioning. Maybe it's either the smell that gets you to react in a way, like maybe like a weird draft, like and you make a gasp or a noise or something, or maybe you cut yourself on like not enough to cause any damage or anything superficial. And something causes both you and Faye maybe a stumble on a rock that shouldn't be there. Like why? Like something happens, and you guys could. I'd love if you guys want to have some that you want to fill in. I'd love that, but an explanation. But both this chick and Rainer are able to navigate this, being super diligent, hyper aware right now of what's going on. But you two, making a little unnecessary noise, whether a rock falls down and besides Niren's head or whatever. And Niren, coast looks clear. Do you want to come down to the landing? It is very loud in your ears. Yes. It's just like doing the baseball signal where he's just like tugging on his ear. Feel first. Sorry. It lets you cast message, I believe. Yep. I believe you have 5 charges. They sure can. You can reply to this message. Sorry, that's burned into my head. Yeah. Within a reasonable timetable, but not immediately. That is. She's got other things going on. Yep. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love this so much. That was better than even anything I could have come up with, you guys. that. It is a bright light. Like it is basically a full flashlight, just get like literally from her. Yeah, literally a flashlight. And there is a map up. I should have had it up for you guys a while ago, and I apologize to you. D&D Beyond. No funny business. You guys are the best. I love you guys at the table. It's the best. Okay. Oh, there we go. So Oak, Raina, and Faye are arrows are showing going up, just so that you know. So you have to go against the green. Near-in is still not revealed. One moment. Do. Yeah, you like that? I got to reveal the lower southern part for you. Oh. Yeah, you. Okay, let me say that levitation spell did some fucking work. Okay. And I did 70 points. I have no. Yeah, that did take to it. So that southern areas where you guys have entered in from, basically kind of the chasms and inside now. Sorry, I should have done that for you guys before, and you would have seen a lot better. I apologize for being terrible. But as you come down these stairs, that is what you see. Nerian is below. So like as you can see, like he is now at the bottom. Faye, you haven't even got to halfway yet. That is why you're still here. You're about to go down to that last here. So just to give you guys all your little visual, Niran is on that literally last step because the arrows are going up. Just as a reminder, I believe. Oh no, now they're going down. So sorry, you. I would see the way I described it was the right way, and except for I did it the wrong way. It's you need to turn left to go to the opening, not right. So I fucked that up. But that's okay. It's weird how visuals help and how when I do things properly, you guys can see things right. No, that's me casting shade, and you guys don't have to add on to that. Okay, be nice to me. So that is where we stand. And what would you like to do from here as you have got that message and or the rest of the group as you were making your way down, so that as we are now able to see the score of what is going on. And like I said, you can see a little bit of the light shining in from right to left on the map, your left to right. Mm-hmm. All right. Where's I had Vith check there, but it didn't add him. He's large. No. You guys, no, you guys are going. No, you guys are going down. You are first. Yes, it is. Okay, okay. Look at where the blades are. Do you see where the landing is? I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I want you to know this. No one's disagreeing with you. Not, or at least I am not. I'm with you because it took me a while. Yes, yes, it took me a while when I was looking at this. I'm like, wait, wait, what? How does this make sense? It is, and basically, and they would like kind of oscillate and vibrate. Like the walls would kind of wiggle just enough to like cut into you. Yet disgusting, like disgusting. And then the floor is wibble wobbling too. It wouldn't look fun. It wouldn't look mechanical either. But yes. Well, yeah, yeah. You're thinking of like an actual trap from like Dark Souls or something. Yeah, yeah. 100%. Yep. 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 That's why when it's done, you guys can just walk right through. It's horrifying. It's basic. I like to in my point of view, it's like they took an animal that had like razor in its esophagus and put it in there, like a think of like a worm or like a death worm or something, and then that's what you guys are walking through basically. That's how, like a sphincter from death. Maybe that's where the smell's coming from. Welcome to Betrayer's Rise. No, you would literally be going into like no, it's all no. Now it's all stone. That's the crazy part. Like that's how fucked up this place is. Yes, it's a horror. Well, no, I understand where you guys are coming from. I love this. It's a living being. No, just that part. No, I love it. Yeah, I love world building. That's not distracting. It's horrifying in here. It really highlights what it's like in here, and I haven't done a great job at making you guys picture it, but it is not fun or pleasant in this place. It is not a fun dungeon to be in. Oh God. I'm just imagining that light is hitting that necklace you have and creating a strobe effect in the room. Yeah. Yeah. I love this place. This has gotten so much worse. Yes. If you ever make a t-shirt, please. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to say is that Niran has been able to go around, not to derail anything, but then you have not been able to see through that little like curtain of light through the other side yet. So does the group want to come down with him? Yes. Okay. The wailing is becoming intolerable to listen to. Okay. Vithchik will kind of wait. He's having trouble getting down. Like, not trouble, like, because he's a cat with highly dexterous. Just trouble as in size. He is big and it is. Sometimes the walls jut out and stuff, so he has to be a little more slinky and stuff, which is easy enough for him. So he just has to go a little slower, just as a point. Not a big deal for him. But as you guys come down, it is impossible to ignore this wailing. Thank God for the gauze as he put it in, and it dampens it a little bit. But yes, and you can kind of see that now that that light is kind of shining down, making a curtain of light. Um, it's really interesting because you can almost kind of see that it's kind of coming from a source maybe in the ceiling, like the way that you can see the prism of light coming down. Like you can see where there's definition, so you can kind of see with the top of it. It's not like shining completely on your entrance. So which that means is like there'll be some dead spots and stuff. So you, but it is for lack of a better word, making just a curtain. But it is to say that I think that the point of light is coming from some place high up, and causing a very like a large angle down where you guys are. So creating a very interesting effect, which should be like you almost feel like you can like touch the light, even though when you do, it's just light. But it almost feels like that. But yes, who would like to go? If anybody wants to go for it, you can see kind of this chick sniffing. He's been like kind of batting on his nose a little bit. He kind of like, and it's almost you guys feel like a bit of fresher air come through, even though it's like a little more dank, but it is fresher, as in it doesn't have that smell from above. It's almost like you can smell like the air is kind of wafting up a little bit. So still, it's probably stifling in a way, but almost a relief in other ways. But that is the what you guys kind of see, and then like that wailing is very loud, almost makes communication very tough. Okay, so Niren's going first. Love that. Niren. Well, let me get this right shape, and you're about to find a room is very big, and immediately you see the light and what it is shining off of immediately. Oh, wrong button. Uh, if you look into our chat of the call, you will see what is left there. You see the awful wailing noise, or hear it getting louder as you approach this chamber. The beam of light is now illuminating a statue in the middle of the room. That statue is made of a pale marble shaped like a man on his knees. His arms are pinioned behind his back, trussed up in chains that cut into his skin. Hooks line the corners of the figure's mouth, pulling his lips away from the teeth, and smaller barbs encircle his eyes, holding them open. All the while, a hideous noise is coming out of his mouth, which is open. Yet still, the expression that you see is one of ecstasy and bliss. And as you walk into the room, to the center of it, not getting too close, I'm sure, Niren, knowing you, being careful, probably make a nice wide berth. So I'm gonna be nice. You may go wherever you want. That is where I'm going to simply place you. Not a problem. Um, you see inside a double door made of iron is set into the statue's chest. They seem to have no handles. You also notice a triangle, each side 40 feet long, carved into the floor around that statue. Surrounding it, at each of the triangle's points, are a stone arm that juts up from the floor with outstretched hands. And as you can see in the picture, each one is at different heights. Immediately, you can tell that, where is it? One is 70 foot tall, one is about 40 feet tall, one is about 20, roughly. And you can tell that there's some like these, each one bears a throbbing purple black pustule. Let me see something here. I don't think I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. Yeah. Yes, please. Okay, you feel this hunger start to well up inside you, this welling want and desire and thirst, pain, suffering, and blood. You feel it and you're like, whoa, I don't like that feeling. Like it's like, that deep, dark desire. I mean, not that I think anybody feels like that kind, but it's like when you're like one of those little deep, dark secrets where you're like, I like this show, but I don't want everyone to make fun of me kind of thing. It's like, but way worse. Like this is like the worst thing that you could possibly imagine that you want. And not that you want to, it's somebody else's desire kind of seeping into you. You can definitely tell that immediately. You break out of it. That's not you. But damn, did that feel tempting. It's almost like, an allure of something, a draw, and you push it down. Immediately, this statue is seeming to have an effect, but you are able to push it off. The rest of you are not able to see him right now because of this like shadow. I mean, unless, yeah, it'd be hard to see him unless, no, yeah, it'd be hard to see him. Yep, sorry. Just trying to imagine the physics of that. Mm-hmm. No, that would be you, like in this case. Like imagine like you that's that in this case, like just to give you scale of how big this is. A correct, but yeah, that is the banana. Thank you. That was amazing. I would not have come up with that myself. That's amazing. Yes. I love that so much. Like I really, really love that so much. Oh, there. That's why I've been like trying to be like, okay, I gotta give you guys way more artwork because yeah, that is fucking beautiful. Right? Hell yeah. I mean, whoever they hired to do this art, which I could get you guys the names of, which it doesn't matter right now. It's incredible. I love it. Sure. As of right now, you have not found anything. Uh, Let me see. Yes, he has. Well, just from his description, I'm going to give him the benefit of that doubt. Like, it is. What is that? It is a. I have to remember the description of what it's like. Sorry. Where are we? Yes. Well, to the north is where I am. It is like a wall, but you would be able to. Where is it? To the south, there is a hallway. So if you, or no, sorry. To the east is a hallway. The south is a slab with no handle or keyhole. Like it is a hallway, and then you could hear a large grinding noise, and but there is no like on the other side of it. But like when you get close to it, but there's no handle or keyhole. It definitely feels like there's a door blocking a section of the hallway. Yeah. Oh, wrong button. Uh, just ruins. You can see them because of the benefit of like the way that the light is bouncing off things, right? So it would be like you'd be able to see them, but they can't see you. Just the weird visual effect. So Now, if they're just waiting patiently for you, yeah, they're like you went disappeared behind a wall of light. You can kind of see them. It's one of those weird effects because your room's full of light. They don't have that pitch blackness and that weird visual going on. Heck, there might even be some weird optical illusion going on for all you know, but you can see them. Um, you have speak with animals up, right? Is that correct, Oak? I wasn't sure if you have that up as on a general rule or not. We haven't really established that. You do? Okay. Um, this chick is going to kind of growl and say, "I can't smell your friend." The well, how would he define Niran? Uh, I don't know how he would say that. I haven't thought about that. No, that's exactly what I thought. Exactly, and I was trying to think how he would exactly. Um, well, you haven't been exactly unfriendly either, because that's not Niran's way. No, but like I agree with you though. But how would he? Like that kind of caught me. But he would definitely refer to Niran. Probably just him right now until I can think of something better. Him because he is the only male. So yeah, I think that he would probably look at Niran as kind of like that, the male of the pack. If more bounders are kind of like that, I haven't looked into all of their things. Not they don't do the alpha male kind of thing, but there's that respectful thing. But he would say, "I can't smell him anymore," and it's kind of concerning. He is like kind of wanting to go out is basically where he is coming from. Yeah, as you everybody comes into the room. Yeah, go ahead, Vay. Are they? Let me get find the scale here. Here, let me undo the. Yeah, yeah, I did. You're absolutely right. So, well, no, no. You asked the right questions. I'll get the compass. There should be a scale here somewhere. I think that I honestly didn't catch that. Let me like find a scale here. I think she's right, but it doesn't give you a scale. I think she's right though. It does. It does. It does make sense. So I think so I'm just saying it doesn't tell me here. I will find confirmation for you while we go about this. As each of you comes into the room, I need you to make wisdom saving throws. Well, yeah, but you didn't know. That's okay. He's not. Nobody's upset or anything. But yes, exactly. Um, it's a good question. Um, yeah, no. Let me. It is not a charm effect. Yes, please. Wisdom, please. I will point out everybody has a motive possibility, this not including Reina. Okay, I love it. Reina? No, no, don't be ever be sorry. You're perfect. That's what I asked for. 17, 17, 12, and a. What did you actually get, though, Faye? Okay. All right. So, um, can everybody. Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay. Everybody kind of place themselves. Oh no, so Oak, you pass. So you place yourself somewhere in the room with Mr. Vitchik, where you would go into the room, just wherever you would within that first like 30 feet. So give your house kind of like a 30 feet ish, wherever you would go seeing Nearing going like this, and just wherever you would like to place yourself, and seeing everything as described. The chest inside, you can see the black pustules too. Everybody, I want to note when everybody comes to their senses, we'll be able to note that they have these purple black pustules that are throbbing with like an energy on each arm. Each arm has one pustule that is like emanating energy, the mouth screeching out, but you all feel this same as described with Niran, a desire for blood to cause suffering and pain. You can see Vithshik look around and he kind of locks eyes with you, Oak, and you probably overcoming this too. I like to think you kind of help him snap out of it somehow. I really like to think that is something. And before it's too late, you look over to Reina, and Reina's already looking at you. And Reina, I need you to take your strongest attack and attack Oak, please. Faye, with your strongest attack, I need you to attack Niran, please, as you run at him. Yeah, whatever causes the most damage. Correct. Yes. Please roll. No. You want to hurt her. You want to hurt her. You want her to suffer. You cannot wait for this. You're giddy, a sick smile. Same with Faye. Overcomes each one of you. Please make dexterity saving throw, Oak. And I'm gonna call. Yeah, I'm not gonna be evil here. No, I'm going to do these. You're just call it is just on her and maybe Vithchik. We'll put them into. I'm not going to do this a TPK. I'm not doing that. So no, no, no. This is supposed to cause suffering. So Faye, please make your attacks on Niran. Roll a dexterity saving throw. Yeah, you are trying. Imagine Niran. You want to hurt Niran. No, you don't have to use your feats. Just your strongest attack. Correct. Yes. You're. Oh yeah, she's coming at you. Absolutely. There, you can do stuff. Yeah. You can defend against this. This is. I'm not. This is not a go fuck yourselves kind of thing. This is so. So I'm just saying. Yes, you can have the benefits of your dodge. Same with Oak. If there's anything you can do to negate something, you would have a chance to do it. You just can't stop her. All I'm saying is that you're not helpless here. Is all I'm saying. This isn't to go fuck yourselves or anything. But this is your friends have been now hearing the drone, and now you guys hear pain, suffering. You want this. You want to do it. That is all. So please make a dexterity saving for us. Okay. And for Vithchik, yeah, you're good. Please roll your damage on your fireball. Okay. Yep. Okay. So yeah, Faye. Well, I think it's with disadvantage. Mhm. Good thing and both dodge. Holy shit. Oak, can you please take 29 points of fire damage? Okay. That's a big deal. Those roots do help. That's your best friend, your sister. Can you please? I would say that as fortunate that right now is the best thing you could ever have done. Each burn, just like it's exciting. There's probably part of you screaming. You can't hear it right now. Can you please make another wisdom saving throw? Faye, can you let us know what happens on your side? Yeah, nope, you're good. You're doing great. Nothing wrong with it. Correct. What did you roll? Okay. Oh, okay. Raina, what did you roll on your wisdom saving? Faye, could you please make a wisdom saving throw, please? Okay. The urge, as you look at what you have just done, the horror is the blood cutting on your blade of Nirin, as you did cut into him, is now seeping down and kind of onto your hands a little bit. And at first, it was very exciting having that feeling, and then almost in an instant, it's what the fuck did I just do? What just happened? And you look around and you can see now Reyna already. Reyna, can you please make an attack upon Nirin? Yeah, what do you want to do? Yeah, yeah. So yeah, yep. Okay, yep. Okay, Rain. We'll continue. Absolutely, roll to attack. Reno, as we interrupted you, but please describe what you were doing as this is happening in conjunction. That's very fair. Yes, 100%. What attack would you be making right now, Reina? 100%. Yeah, whatever is your strongest damaging. Just yeah, 100%. 1 second. Yeah, I'm not cutting your knees out. Don't worry. Another fireball. Okay. 100%. Okay. So, could I please have a competing dexterity saving throw, please? Yes. Yes. Please make a wisdom saving throw for the stunning. Please make a Constitution saving throw. And I would have made you use your mode of possibility if you had one. Incredible. Okay. Does anybody? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, well, roll to attack again. Okay, so here's what I'm saying has just happened. Please roll your attack and just hold on for just a half a second. And then, does anybody else want to do anything as well? Just put your hand up. Well, not Athena. Did you want to do anything in conjunction with this? Actually, I'm going to call you recovering. Sorry, I'm going to make you wait around. Okay, you had something you want to do? Okay, hold. Go ahead. Yeah, just what is it that you were trying to do? Sorry, I'm trying to balance and make sure everybody gets a chance. Oh, okay, yeah, you can definitely cast that on somebody that you were doing. So go ahead as you were, and I'll come back to you if you're doing it too. So yeah, not a problem. Niran, you can absolutely make attack. You've been able to knock out the components from her, or not components, but her hands from doing the spell enough that the arcane magic that she was just about to start and light up is stopped. Go ahead, roll the other attack as she's now again trying to cast it. You're really quick, so I'm saying within this is your second attack. Go ahead. That does that hit? Okay. Yes. Yes, you can. Because that is yeah. I'm assuming non-lethal. Yep, not a problem. Um, do you have second one does not hit as you kind of she kind of puts her arm up and you smash into it. It's going to be like a bruise or something, but not enough to stop her. She looks at you smiling, like almost tauntingly, again, tears streaming. But you guys can see Reina not fully in control. If you were to make a real like with your passive insights all being so high, you can kind of tell that this is not Reina's wanting. Go ahead, Aaron. Mm-hmm. Okay. Go ahead, roll another attack. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Not a problem. So roll a constitution check for the first one. That sounds like it hits. Yes, yeah, he just hit you. Does anybody want to attempt to? Okay, yep. Damage and all right, roll the hit again. Oh my god. Okay, that ends the turn. That ends, any bonus action from? I know you did an action oak, but any bonus action? Sure. I'm not going to sweat you on something that silly. Not a problem. Thank you for letting me know, but not a problem. Okay. Please make another wisdom saving throw, Reina. Looking for a 16. Hey, sorry, what did. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, so what number did you roll? Okay. So your wisdom saving throw was a 6? Okay. Can you please make an attack on Faye? Okay. I don't think that happens. Nope. Nope. Nice try though. No, good looking out. Like I'm not. Don't feel bad about that. Don't good looking out. Look for anything. What's the number? 14 is the number you to beat. Roll your damage, or is it a suck it and say or save? No, no. Is there half damage on it? If there's ever half damage, then you just roll it anyway, no matter what. Okay. Roll your damage. Okay, Niren, it'll be your turn, or Oak or Faye will be able to make a reaction. Honestly, there is a loose initiative. It'll just be one of you three. She goes first, and then one of you three. So I very open if either if anybody wants to jump in. Sorry, 20. Go ahead. I interrupted. You get sideswiped by a small but size like a softball size, rock. Nice and big, kind of hits you in the shoulder. Bam, coming at the speed of a fastball. Yep. Okay. We see Faye starting to move towards. So she's about use half her movement at Oak, but we'll let you as Faye is going to do that. You are and you see Niren turn to look at you. This is all happening very quickly. So Faye, I'm not interrupting you, not cutting your knees out either. But Oak, what are you up to in response? It's up to you. But you hear Oak screaming out. If that affects anything, you hear Oak scream that out. I'm just letting you know so you have all the information. But yes, I believe that hits. All right, Oak. So Faye doesn't listen and goes and strikes your friend. But get please. No, I'm just playing it up, okay? No, no, don't be sorry. You are good. You're basically in the middle of Oak and Niren at this point. Yeah. If that's the way that it is, then yeah, you go with that. Oh, I was on. Okay, there you go. Sounds like a 15. Sounds right to me. Like it really does. So it sounds like you fail. Okay. So to you guys, to you really, you won't be able to get her out of the room. You basically have to kind of walk, and you basically push her towards the statue in this case. The way, if we go by the map. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So near. Okay. Near, and you'd have to just basically kind of see the spots if you really to be, which I'm assuming you would do, or like surrender, just like the spot. Like you wouldn't like stand in her way and like let her bounce off of you. Is all I'm saying, right? I'm just giving you the agency. There you go. Okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah, this is a loose initiative. So this is yeah. You called out. Faye has yeah. Faye kind of clocks her with a and pushes her towards Niran. Niran's kind of stopping out of the way, and he's kind of wants to do a reaction to hit her. Is kind of what he wants to do. Not a literal reaction, but no. So that's the scene. If there is something that you would like to add to this, please, by all means. Love that. Is that a touch spell? Like it is a range one, right? Okay, perfect. No, I was just asking, so not a problem. Um, Reina, please make your wisdom saving throw with advantage. As so, Niran, you are she is basically gonna fall to the ground as this is gonna go on by your feet. So you kind of surrendered the spot and moved beside her, right, kind of thing. And so you're kind of watching this happen. So like she's like been pushed down, phase right here beside you. You've literally Vith chick right there. Oak's not too far away. She's casting a spell, and you guys know when she's casting a spell, she has to use her focus. And the Wild Mother kind of represents herself. What did you roll? It does beat the 16. Yeah, you literally have Niran about to come up to you as you come to. Like he's literally, and because I'm saying dope monk shit, stops. Like not inches because he's not trying to kill you or anything, but he's like he stops when he sees as soon as he can. So, but you see as you come to, as described, Niran coming down to help knock you out. But that's what we all see. Faye standing over you, this chick growling, like waiting, like what's going on, and then Oak on her knees, just calling out to you. Go ahead. On your back, basically. So she dry heaves. No throat, nothing comes up. Yes, which still holds Niran's blood. Still your blood. Wailing is starting to die down. You guys don't feel the hunger. And you can see, go ahead, please. The wailing is still going on, just as a note, but it is not. No, but you can. But it is not as loud. You are able to talk over it now. You have resisted the effects, and the hunger fades, and all is left is guilt and shame in its place, and pain, suffering. Apparently, this place thrives on it as the light seems to grow a little stronger. Whales seem to be satisfied. Those purple black pustules seem to just emanate and throb a little lot more. You can see them, and then that is what again this room just has that statue and that triangle left behind. You hear the grinding distantly in the southern hallway, and then just literally a void of blackness to your east. Did everybody make a religion check? Or history if that's better. Just waiting for Faye. You're good. I want to say that just to make sure that I didn't like miss your voice. That's all. You were good. 11. This statue looks very similar to Reina. I think it was the 11. Looks very similar to, you would say. I mean, it's definitely not a spitting image of him, but it could pass for an Alexian if you really wanted it to be, kind of thing, you know? It's hard to tell. Yeah, 100%. Let me just get. No, no, you're good. If you have that answer, I love when the table has answers. I will straight up never be upset if you guys. Um, Vecna is secrets. There, there is Dune is he's not more of suffering. He is about just the end of everything. It is. Crawling King is dead. Where is he? Where is it? Ah, the Crawling King is enslavement and torture. The Strife Emperor is conquest and tyranny. The Ruiner, slaughter and warfare. Asmodeus. Asmodeus. Sorry. No, 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 no. That's a critical goal joke. Sorry, it's campaign 3. I shouldn't have said that. My bad. That's how it's pronounced by somebody. Mm. Necromancy and secrets. Rog the Crawling King. Zahir the Cloak Secret, assassins, poisons, and weirdly enough, snakes. I don't know. That's the only one that. Yeah, snakes. Snakes. No other animal is mentioned on any other ones but snakes. Oh, spiders. Dragons. Yeah, and he's darkness and destruction. I believe that is exactly that. Yes. The ward is just that that warding bond is just starting to wear off. So Oak would be able to tell you exactly. It's been an hour if she wanted to, just as a point. Yeah, you don't have to say what. I just anyway. With chick farts. Oh, um, I mentioned, I forgot to, I missed the pustules are in the palm of the hand is the one thing. They have like little tendrils going up, but the pustules are in each palm of the hand. Sorry, because that really does matter. Yeah, and so it definitely looks like they are doing something because you just all of you can't help but notice them. I will just they don't look like oh they're part of the original carving. I can tell you that. Just wanted to point that out. That with each one of you would notice these different things. That all of them seem like the pustules definitely don't look good, and they don't look like they're a part of this thing. Like you know what I mean? Like so, I will point that out. But yes, is the group wanting to take a short rest, and where are you going to do that? Cantrips? Oh, you're still at that hit point total I'm seeing here, right? No, oak as well. Yeah, oak. Yeah, no, yeah, oak looks horrible. I just want him very bloodied and not good at all. Just want to point that out to everybody. Yep. Okay. Yep. And Vithchik is like, yeah, Reina, I feel bad about the whole relationship that you've working towards is Please make an animal handling check with disadvantage. You fireballed them. The only the only reason why this is actually happening is because Oak is helping this along for sure. And see, the dice love you. That's an incredible roll. I don't know why. You should be pumped. It's a +2, so hey, yeah, that's a dirty 20. So he growls at you, but you're very, you know him. You come and sit beside him with Oak right there and whispering. And this chick immediately said, "How I can't trust her." Like he's like, he's scared. He's like, I like betrayal basically to an animal. And thanks to the coaxing though of the one that sent from the wild mother in his eyes, is able to let you get close again. Lots of growling, but he accepts the good berries. And there's a little double take because obviously the healing power of good berry is different than any other food, and it doesn't smell like those beads, and it doesn't smell like the beef jerky and stuff. But he takes it and ends up obviously healing him, as you can definitely roll on and heal him. And he kind of looks at you, and now he's just a little confusion, but he lets you stay close without any growling, and he calms down. Not not as many steps back as you would like to be. Go ahead, Oak. Absolutely, yeah. Every little bit counts. Mm-hmm. Could be. N- Yeah, I think you have to check it. You have to hit because technically you have to, but then you have to actually select how many dice. I think it's a little silly. It's so dumb. Like it's not even you. Let me. So what? Then you have to click the hit die button. That when it tells, it starts counting out your hit, like what you're using. You have to actually roll it. You're on the computer, right? Yep. Yeah. And then you see the little box there. No, no, no. The one. Okay, so here, let me do it like this. Let me show you. My help. 1 second. You are good. D&D Beyond is annoying. Okay, this is not a you thing. Just I want to point out. Here, where are you? Okay, get this here. I will. Yeah, exactly. That's it's. So it's not even you. It's just so annoying. Okay. Okay. No, you're good. Here, let me see. I'll see if this helps you. Okay, you can see mine now. Okay, so I see your 4 hit die, so I'm gonna undo all those. So you wanted to do 4. Oh wait, why doesn't it give me the box? No, it gives me the box on this on over on this computer. It's not giving me the box on this computer. What the fuck? No, straight up. That's weird. Oh, the game's saying that it's saying that you've already used them, and I can't even undo them right now. Re- no, no, it's not you. It's the game. Okay, so so can you see my screen? Just, okay, so what if I hit these 2 boxes now? Now I have this here. You actually have to click this. No, so no. I understand. So it's saying that you already used these die, and it's not letting you do. So the game D&D Beyond is glitching on you, is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's glitching on you. You didn't do anything wrong. The game's fucking with you, or the website's fucking with you. That's what I'm trying to emphasize for you, is that you didn't do anything wrong. Sure. Yeah, you were good. Okay, so everybody is doing that. Now, so take your full benefits. Any moments that you guys are going to have while you guys are doing this, like anything you guys want to point out, or are we just simply fast forwarding past it? And I genuinely, it's just open to the floor, and then what you guys want to do after that. I await what the table would like to do. It's like growl purrs. I think that there would definitely be a song of the Wild Mother that would fit this somber occasion. Wouldn't make sense. Like you probably wouldn't have come down here being like, "Yeah, this is definitely the song." When you're in the moment, and it occurs to you, it's it. One of those melancholy moods. Yeah, genuinely. It almost turns into like a wind, and yeah, hauntingly beautiful. Watch the group, lots of regret and reminiscing on your friend Raina's face. This chick warily looking at the group, waiting for every movement, kind of gets his eyes darting around over there, little goat eyes on the sides of his head. It's hard not to be comedic, but it's also, you can tell that he's on alert in this place. Song definitely soothes him as you guys meditate and reflect upon your journey down here. It's kind of crazy. I feel like you would all maybe be aware that it has been an hour, maybe a little longer. Obviously, now 2 hours down here, but I bet right now it would feel like days. Not literally, just the way that it can, like not rationally. I think that you guys would have aged mentally down here, days and days and days. Nursing your wounds, they just finally stop bleeding. Burns are just still creaking and scabbing up on you. Not pleasant, but eventually you would realize that it's time to continue on. And enough standing around, as in it's been sitting around, and it's time to get up and do things. I can only stand here for so long. Maybe you stretch it to an hour and a half if you guys are so willing. I don't care personally, but it's up to you as a group. But eventually you would start to get up and look around, get restless from where you are, and feeling those nice effects, feeling the key centered, feeling your other effects come back, your mastery over spells and other things returning to you. Feel like it's now time to continue your journey. What would the group like to do? I would like that is exactly what I was thinking, bordering into the 3 or 4 ish, maybe five. Down here, you guys would lose track of time. Uh, yes, I would say you're right. Your characters probably would definitely, depending on what you guys think they would be. Like I said, it could easily just like drift into me. We've been down here for a lot longer than it feels like, maybe shorter. You know what I mean? Time distortion. But to your point, Rory, yes. 100% from the wailing. You basically probably would have started to hear voices to kill and consume, and then it probably would have caused the feelings. Now, in retrospect, it was definitely the wailing, 100%. always wondered that. You could, yeah. I mean, I mean, you could technically. It wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, and like honest, there would probably be a unnatural is what I'm going to call it, shelf there for you to stand on. I love that. Oak, are you gonna fly up to those pustules? I just heard you float that. I wasn't sure if you were doing it. Ooh. Okay. Is you. Uh, is that a trail of divinity? I love that. No, it's not a divinity cake. It is just a thing you do. That, no, it's just fine. I just was trying to understand what it is, and it's not like that's it's so fucking cool. Okay, it's just the radiant. Um, and she goes, "Please make a investigation check." As you see her fly up, almost floating, those wings. Faye, were you going to crawl up or climb up? I should say. Okay. Okay. What did you roll for your investigation check? Love that. Anybody else doing anything in conjunction as you see Oak dart from each one? She kind of floats up to one, over to the other, and is investigating these things, coming to some conclusions. Anybody else? Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check on your own there. Anything from your end? Okay. I didn't hear anything if you did say anything, Niren. You're good. Gotcha. Did you want to have spent some time to copy it down? Yep. Yep. Perfect. Nah, that's not out of the realm of possibility. So yeah, you have a cheat sheet, no problem. 100%. So you make an investigation check too. Raina, what did you roll? Okay. And then I'll just wait for Niran before I let Oak know what she finds. Yes, please. So what I'll say, I'll just start with you, Niran. These seem to have some sort of connection to the pustules somehow. They are like they lines are like kind of like that same purple energy or like almost like magma lava kind of like look or like a it just be an effect that each of the lines around this thing. Reina, you would find the names of just each of the gods in abyssal around each of them. So you'd find Lolth, you'd find the Ruin, Grumsh the Ruiner, and Thayer's Dune and Vecna just in abyssal writings. Certain names around each name all combining to be the number that matches your list. And while that is happening, Oak, you would have seen that these pustules seem to be exuding some sort of energy over top of it. It's really hard to tell, but you can feel almost like a magnetic resonance as you get up close to them. And magnetic resonance isn't exactly what it is. It's almost like there's a force of energy in the air, kind of a thing that you're able to push through. Maybe it's the radiance, maybe it's not. There's some sort of evil seeping out of the pustules, not the statue itself. It's interesting. There is a quality to this. Now, c- combine that with what your friends are calling out from below. You could definitely say that there is some sort of power at work here, forcing this thing to do something, whatever it is. But I would say that you would all be able to make a distinction that there's pustules, maybe they can be, or maybe it's the circles. Something is at work here. There is a spell maybe going on. It's hard to tell, like exactly what it is, but something is happening here. You know what I mean? With a dirty 20, and you can tell the pustules are the source of this, or a focus point, if you will. Just one other silly but also important note with that, you would know a little, like, kind of not the vision that as strong as what Niran had, and not as much as information as the other vestiges have given, but you'd also be aware of at least an image of like a some crazy like Prince of the Avatar of the Lord of the Hells grabbing this from a Avatar of the like how you read that description, you would a character would be aware of that. Is all I'm getting at. Yes, yes. Yeah, as it was pulled from her necklace and then stored down here during the calamity, like you would be aware of at least that. None of none of the gods have since the divine gate. That is where the yes, um, literally the when we talk about the calendar of Alexandria being 835 PD, that's literally signifies post divergence, which is the day that the gods banished not only the betrayers but themselves behind the divine gate. And that's what brings us back to when the last episode when we were talking about Vecna when he ascended, and he was underneath, and he was basically low for a little bit, for a hot minute, for like maybe a day or something, before Vox Machina kicked him to the curb and behind the divine gate using help from the gods. So the gods were able to affect things only very very minimally, and it was done mostly through vestiges and champions and things like that. So. 100%. Yes, this would area would be one of those font, and you guys would obviously get that from the abyssal portals that have been opened and ripped open and come here. Yes, 100%. Like this place in particular, like we've talked about Rosanna a little bit. That's more of like nothing's actively happening there, and you guys are just like, well, maybe we can go there just because people have mentioned it. This place is a hotbed. Like this is a place. Now, and then this could just also like now remember I this could just be all folk tales and stuff. Like I just want to point that out. Like how religious can be and religions can get to be. So there is also that in here. Now I might be giving you all this information. This is what the world would know. That's not necessarily what is reality. And I just want to also make that very clear. This is just what your characters would know and would base that off. I'm not necessarily saying that this is a literal fact, sure, but this is what your characters would be basing this off of. Yeah. Yeah. But this is like the spin that the world puts on. Like if you guys paid attention to like a bard singing a tale, you know what I mean, or even a sermon, a guy singing a sermon on the street or something, or like a story that you read and that signifies one of these things. You know what I mean? Like just through culture, how religion affects everyday culture across Alexandria would tell these stories. It's no different than anywhere else for sure. Now each place kind of cares more about a certain side of the story compared to other ones, whether it's Corellion, whether it's the Dawn Father, whether it's the Wild Mother, or the Betrayer Gods. But it's all kind of different sides of the same coin, or well, not a coin in this case, but you know what I mean. Um, but the predominant thing is that nobody has been able to touch anything, and even the Vecna story that's not necessarily well known by everybody. It has definitely gotten its travel time around the world and stuff, but it's not necessarily common knowledge that Vecna was like a god on Earth or anything. Like, a lot of people don't want them to know that he did that. So just want to point those kinds of things out that um, religions kind of talked a lot about, the gods are talked about a lot in Exandria, but they are definitely not on Earth, and it is a distant memory. It's only actually recently that you guys are all like having this little crash course. Like even Oak, poor Oak, like having all this happen to her. Like she's been a believer and stuff, but like this has been like a crash course for her too. Like there's one thing about believing and having the effects of like the wild mother around you and seeing it, but like this is on a whole other level. So not only is she shell shocked, you guys are like having the gods all of a sudden be interested in your lives. That's not normal. It's not normal for anybody. So does that give enough backstory for you guys? And I mean this wholeheartedly. Is that good, or would you have more questions? And please, if there are more. Yeah, absolutely. Make a religion check. You absolutely, if everybody would like to make a religion check. That is the first time that everybody's asked. Oh, the dice giveth and the dice taketh. Incredible. Yes. Yeah. There. Mhm. Oh, no. So Oak would say no. Yep. Oak, with that, immediately you'd be able to say, no, that's not it. He is the guardian of spring, beauty, and arts, the patron of arcane magic, elves, and the Feywild. It is also speculated, and they say that at least there's one song and story you heard that not only is he the parent of the elves, he's the one that blessed the elves with magic and may or may not have kicked off the entire, let's call it the schism. But he is mostly most modern tapestries and tomes depict the Archheart as a genderless elf of imposing. Oh no, sorry, not imposing. Impossible grace and beauty, definitely androgynous and alluring, framed by long, wavy golden hair. Archheart is inspired many early and elven art pieces and elements of their visage or symbol are included in most elven architecture. So you, as a group, would have seen different statues depicting this character, and like from some of your treasure hunting and on the open seas. You also knew that yeah, most you would have met a cleric of nature as well who called the Archheart his deity. Uh, it would have just been one of the ports, say, you know what I mean? Maybe in you just would have met a nature one, so someone very much like yourself, yet he owed allegiance to Corellion, and that's where you got most of this information from. Nature cleric as well as his domain, but not Malora. Very interesting. Yes, that is what you know, and he would have. That's where you got most of this information from. Like you said, you didn't study, but you did know how to talk, and you had a lot of conversations in those bars. You guys had a lot of time to spend on those different times through that, and met a lot of interesting people like that. Raina was probably somewhere else. Corellion. Corellion. Okay. So yeah, uh, that's the score. Okay. You come up to it, and it feels hard to describe. It is kind of pulsating with an energy, and it is warm, almost bordering on. You can't hold on to a touch. There's definitely like something going on. You know, I don't know. Maybe you guys don't, but a magnet, when it is has current running through it, gets very warm, and that was how it would feel in this case, like a warm magnet that has current going through it. So if you held your hand there for say 10 seconds, it would be almost too hot to the touch just from the accumulation of heat. But nothing happens to you, unfortunately. As she comes floating back down after the minute goes by. Yeah, she's kind of on that, like there's like a little platform there carved out of where like the stomach would be. If you were when you are down below, the two would see like a vantage point. It looks like you're just sitting right in his bosom, or not his bosom, bosom's up here, right in his breadbasket kind of thing, right above the where that's the right on that treasure trail spot, and that is where you guys sit. The door, yeah, sorry, just a little tickle. I've heard that one. That's not even my name. Notwithstanding, Faye, a ethereal figure comes floating down beside you, and then you realize it's Oak, as then the wings kind of go back in, folding in, and become ethereal again and disappear, and the eyes go from being that glitter that she had described and go back to the normal Oak. But that is what you would see as she comes back down. Um, but what you've been able to determine is that the whatever is happening to hold these doors shut, or is whatever is happening here, is centered on those pustules. No. Yep. Yep. Roll your damage. Yes, please. Noted. Noted. My, oh, are you here? What's going on? Where'd she go? I can. I did not. Okay. As you shoot them, they and parts of them start to kind of explode out and they chip like almost like shards. Like they, it looks like it should be soft, but then it comes out in chunks and kind of splinter onto the ground and it like almost like sparks, like welding sparks, I guess almost. And you can see everything kind of like boom, boom, and like, but nothing. It doesn't blow up, and looks like they have sustained that damage and withstood it. But would you like to shoot more? Okay, you're good. Okay. Again, they seem to be losing energy, and around you, you can see the triangles are losing power, but they are still withstanding. Okay. It roll me damage because it can't. It fails. It automatically fails. You're throwing a dart. Sorry. Yep, absolutely. Roll damage. Sorry, my bad. I just couldn't hear you. I want to make sure I heard you right. Go ahead and roll damage, or roll to hit. I mean, that hits. Absolutely does. Surprisingly high AC though, but they're, so it's not that they're immune, but they're very hard to actually penetrate. What was the damage from the sacred flame, please? Before I get the dart. 13 radiant. Okay. That one is almost completely destroyed. There is not much left, as it is really badly damaged. I'll say that's the highest one. How much damage from the dart? And which one are you hitting? Least damage one. Okay, yep. Sorry, 5. Perfect. So that one again wavers. So the first one that has been being beat up, it looks almost completely gone, and then the other ones are still hanging on, but they have survived that volley. Absolutely, you can. It is. Would you like to try? Okay. They do, and then they fail. Yeah, they're all gonna fail. So what's going to happen? No, don't be you guys. So if you guys want to describe it, you definitely can. But I will. You have trivialized this not in a bad way, but in a good way. You figure use your cantrip. So obviously it takes off a few rounds. Boom, boom, boom. Sacred flames light up this area, along with the attacks from the Toll of the Dead, the gongs that overtake the uh, whirring and the whining of the statue itself. And as the gongs go with the D12s and the sacred flames are now done, all of a sudden, the door starts to shudder and open. 1 second. You're skipped. Did suddenly, suddenly, the door cuts open, and you guys are able to see a room. Actually, let me just loop this song for a moment. Okay, so I got to go to this one because you guys are about to see a room. A hall opens up in front of you, and you see a passage that defies reality, distorting any sense of direction as it twists and turns out in front of you, making its way through the earth to another place deep inside the Betrayer's Rise, Fae. It is bright, it is shades of blues, purples, pinks, maybe even reds, crystals that it's like walking to a hall of mirrors, but yet you can almost see exactly where you need to go. It's like almost like you just walk straight, yet you're not going to be walking straight. It's incredibly disorienting, but yet you see a passageway inside the statue beckoning you inside. Nothing else happens. Even the wailing has stopped. The underlying incessant urge to kill is now gone, replaced by a torrent of noise that has just coalesced into a scream. All of a sudden, change breaker! Your luck will not hold. As that voice echoes in your mind, it becomes silent. And suddenly, a sheltering embrace lingers in this place as the curse has been dispelled. Okay. Your two friends have now disappeared. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This chick is already. Yeah. No, no, you're good, buddy. You're good. This chick is already making sure. Yeah, deal with it. You did. You are good. as the passage ends on the east side of a circular chamber, Fey, Oak, Nirin, and Reyna, you see a crater, walls covered softly with glowing amber colored crystals, and at the bottom of it sits an altar made of that very same crystal. Looks to be 20, 50, 30 feet deep at the base, maybe 10 feet in diameter, very heavily sloped, with no path down. Would you like to go forward as your jewel starts to glow, but this time not with red, a soft glowing light around the crystals? You see Faye take a couple steps forward. As you guys take your first couple steps, it's steeper than it looks. I need you all to make an athletics check. Only if you want him to come down. He doesn't have to. There are some modes of possibility still out there by just so everyone else. You take 7 points of slashing damage as you slip and tumble to the bottom. What was that number, Faye? You glide down as you slide down using the luck of the Changebringer herself, maybe, or who knows. But you come down to this area. Anybody else that fails with a 13, or is the successful, so 13 means it beats it, or you take 7 points of slashing as you guys tumble down. And you see that pedestal beckons towards you on this altar. That is all that is in this room. It almost looks like the amulet wants to be placed in there, but it's hard to tell. It does kind of move. There is an altar in front of you. Now you're down here. It's so impossibly bright, and yet the calmness around you is amazing. What would you like to do? Okay. It slips from your hand and just locks into place out of there as you go to do it, but each of you then loses your sight as another vision starts to come into your brain. You all fall to your knees as a spectral figure starts to blossom forth from the amulet itself. This warrior who called himself Elixian in your previous visions now looks up at you with a smile and says, "To you, Faye, you came, and then to the rest, you followed. You can find me." The crystals now start to grow impossibly bright, yet your eyes don't burn or hurt or sting. Your vision then just goes completely white, and you then are transformed. You are now marching. You are among a company of armored soldiers as you march. You then see Elixian is among them, marching into Betrayer's Rise itself, except different, yet it is crawling with demons, and all kinds of gloomstalkers fill the air, and other animals and demons and stuff that you don't even know what they are. And yet you are among elves and humans and orcs, dwarves, gnomes, halflings, gnosis, everywhere surrounding you as you lead and you follow Elixian. Vision shifts, and you see that he is now hurled across the battlefield by the claws of a gorilla like demon. The scene blurs again, and he's just falling to his knees now, pleading before an altar that bears the holy symbol of Avandra, the Changebringer. At the end of this prayer, he is lifted to his feet by a tall woman with light brown skin and flowing black hair. And then a forbidding voice cuts through the scene of this divine intervention. All around you, you see that there is fighting. There are his soldiers dying at the hands of massive, like gorilla-like beings or demons of all kinds, horned, uh, mouths, worms, all manner, spiders everywhere, driders, many drow fighting, all manner of abominations pouring from the abyssal plains, the infernal plains, and everywhere else, all fighting here against the mortals that have rallied together. And yet here he stands in front of like a wooden altar that he has maybe made. He's stopped everything, and there's a divine intervention, and yet this voice cuts through. Changebringer and immortal, what brings you into my sacred, devouring darkness? Even if you save him, Changebringer, he will suffer. He will die, and he'll be forgotten. All that he's worked to save will crumble and be devoured by worms. And there is, even as he speaks, worms now changing the course of a battle, eating more and more as that they can be destroyed. Give in. All is futile. It's like the voice is pressing in on Alexian. End it. So why? And then all of a sudden, as the voice is cut off, Alexian turns to face you, eyes filled with tears as he's on his knees, and the scenery shifts. And then you see the Forsaken warrior is now underwater in a forsaken, sunken city, ruined. The crawling king, he speaks true. All was futile. All has been forgotten. I'm lost. Please help me. As the final scene of this vision is now showing you this round city. You can kind of see like animals going through different things, you know what I mean? Like you can see creatures going through a city, and yet it looks long abandoned, but literally a city underwater somewhere. And at the center of it, this figure. You've now been returned back to this grotto, this crater in the middle of Betrayer's Rise that has now been formed around you. You can see that that prayer was answered that day. This is the result of that prayer. This is that very wooden bench now transformed into crystal, divine crystal. You are now in a divine place. That very scene where Elixian stood and called out for the Changebringer herself. Not only did you see the site of where the Moonweaver was called, but now the Changebringer was called, the second spot. And now, as you look, the Jewel of Three Prayers is now projecting like a projector the image of Elixian, and it looks like he is now in this space and looks to you almost like you could address him or talk to him, maybe even ask a question or two. You are now gaining your facilities, your faculties, your understanding of what has just happened to you as the vision has faded, and all that you have seen is now done overwhelming you. Even Vithchik is shaking his head as he's probably been a part of those too somehow. You yourselves now see this image of Elixian vision, now no longer a vision, but in this spectral, ghostly, ethereal figure in front of you beckons towards you, pleading and with look of waiting. The three of you, or four of you, I apologize. he is here. Yeah, I 100% think that you get that impression. Yeah. I lived in a place in the jungles of Marquette, city of elves and orcs. It was destroyed centuries ago during these wars. I fought within these calamities, beseeched gods, and it ended with me being the temple of Corellion, the Archot himself. Non Corel, I believe they call the city. I do not remember, but I know that I lie in the city that I showed you. Well, underwater. Between my last memories and that memory, yes, I feel. You're more than fine. I think Niren's actually doing this. That's in my head canon right now. I love it. A second, I have to check one thing. That's a really good one. I just wanted to see exactly what he. Ah, yes. What I thought. He is going to show you all a vision. You see the ruiner, one-eyed ruiner himself, swearing to annihilate this place called Kyle Morrow, the city of orcs and elves, and he strides to the center of the city with a single stroke of his spear and goes to rain down on this. And then you see the Apotheon, Elixion himself, intervene, but the force still thrusts down into the lands of Marquette and brings them all with a like a cataclysmic fire. Like think of like a little like a nuclear bomb kind of going off, but not the same as a nuclear, but because this is a divine strike. But think of that. Fire rages across a lush jungle, turning verdant beauty like this, something that would put the Amazon rainforest to shame with this beauty, in which the Amazon rainforest is absolutely amazing place, and is blasted into a desert that is worse than any place on the earth. It looks horrible, and Kyle Marrow is shunted deep into the earth, topples, tower down. These beautiful elven orc structures. Like imagine what the orcs can do with what they have done. Like think of any orc like Lord of the Rings and like how monolithic they can be. Now add in what when they try to be beautiful and along with elves work in conjunction. Imagine what heights they could reach. Imagine what beautiful towers these would be. And yet here they are now crumbling into the ground as this spear has now raged, like basically caused an earthquake. So you would see like he tries to hit the town in the center. It's cast by the Apotheon himself into the side of it. But where the spear goes down, it creates a not a vacuum, but a hole, and the entire city crumbles into it. So parts of it would stay, obviously, but most of it, it's the hole is so deep and shunted into the ground that it falls into it and like kind of comes down and crumbles into it, and it is now underneath the ground. And you can see some of like the land fill up, and it's not like shunted where you can now see a big crater. No, everything falls in. The fire causes such devastation around here that all trace of this great civilization is wiped from the face of Exandria in a moment of destruction and death. And in that moment, I would like everybody to make a perception check. As a rift is torn. Whoa, okay. Yep, okay. What was that, Faye? Okay, so you three would notice the rudest flare flaring to life as a rift is torn between worlds, in which some sort of energy is unleashed into this oasis and creates this lightless realm, and boom, everything is like just in a second just gone, and you just feel like the vision ends that fast because then you get the impression and that's where his memory ends and he is now done, and he says, that is all that I remember. Stopping the ruiner himself and paying for it. Been locked ever since. Don't know who pulls at me and keeps me here, but I suspect that it is them. I have enough energy or strength to answer one more of your questions, hero. Because mortals. Oh, right, yeah, he's not. You don't ask me that. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Got excited. I have a lore dumping. My bad. Mm, He. Well, yeah, I think you can infer he probably doesn't know the answer to that. Um, he would, while you guys are waiting, he would also. So just while there's like a little moment, just he's puts into your guys' image. You see him being born in a small little farm place. This like little boy, and growing up and a little farmer, and then the day he was born, all of you see this now, the ruinous moon flaring, and he says that this is probably happening. I think this is more in response to what you're saying. He would blame that he was cursed to a life of suffering, and so that he decided that to spend his life shielding others from pain and take that suffering unto himself, since he was already doomed to do so. That would be another thing that he would say in addition to before. So he's let you know that he's fought in the calamity, beseeching the gods finally in Corellion, and letting you know that, oh, and finally, to answer a little bit more, which I'm supposed to let you know, is that and he gets very angry when he says this, that mortals right now are harvesting a source of whatever crimson glow that holds him. He's feeding off of him, and it acts like almost it hurts him. It's like torture, and like you can just see it's just its anger, and he would eventually get off that subject, and like that is why he needs you. And that is what I'm supposed to tell you. I apologize. I'm not the best at those. Yeah. Yes. 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 He would say that. That's yep. 100%. Correct. Dessa is a computer. Well, it's okay. We're recording, so if we don't have notes, it's okay. You're allowed to play too and enjoy the game. Notes are not the be all and end all. It's okay. You can play. He's going to answer 7 no matter what. You're on Wild Mount. No, don't be sorry. I should let you. I should let my players do it. To be honest with you, don't be sorry. He is going to say and look at you and respond. There is. I am not here. You are far from me, and I have to stretch my consciousness a long way. Only because of this special place you're in am I able to talk to you through this connection. Yeah, for Marquette. So he would say that he feels far away from him. That you are. He left nothing behind. No, I am only able to talk to you through these places that I beseeched the gods. The one day when I on the shores of Wildmount, and you'd see the grotto. This day here, or the day of here in Betrayer's Rise, and now here, and then you would see the day in the Archheart's Temple when he's pushed off um, um, Grumsh, the ruiner. Um, he says, "Please help me. I need your help. I cannot do this without you." And as his flickering starts to fade, and vision starts to seek seep back into the now transformed jewel of the three prayers, which has now been awakened. As the vision starts to fade, you become aware of intruders around you, all around you. Suddenly, a red-robed figure and the surprising Io, Galceriad, Dermont, Maggie, and Irvan all around you. Io standing beside Elogia. Elogia says, "Well done, heroes. If y'all would simply hand over the jewel, we can get out of here without spilling any more blood. What y'all think?" You can kind of. You do. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, 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 yes. You can make an insight check on her. What do you mean if you're computer? Okay. You can make an insight check. I can confirm that for you. It is. Okay. Maggie is staring at Io, and Io is conflictedly, like, she doesn't look angry. She looks like she almost looks betrayed too. Yeah. Logia says, I know this might be shocking for y'all. I just told them how you guys have been running around down behind their backs with the allegiance to the All Sight and the Cobalt Soul and icing them out of everything that you guys have been up to. And I even just let them know that how you guys have been telling them to run away to Rossona on a wild goose chase. I just simply enlighten them on what y'all been up to. Io looks like, I told you guys how much I wanted to be a part of something, and you sent me, and look, here you are. You knew about this, didn't you? Question told you. And Gelsariad is going to. You said that you didn't know. You didn't. I don't believe you. No, that's not what she said. She said you guys knew. Who's manipulating? I believe we all just heard you all having a vision. Well, that's the fun part is that you're not in charge of anything anymore. See, I thought it was funny how you all run the shots, and I just brought that up to Ayo and saying, isn't it funny how they are the ones giving you all permission, looking to you for advice? Isn't that funny? As they're just grown adults themselves. Heck, one of them's even older than you by a couple hundred years. As she points over to Irvon. Uh, you are 30 feet below her and would have to make some dexterity checks to get down and up. And it's very difficult terrain. Well, not very difficult, that's not an actual thing. Well, wouldn't you just all like to know? See, these are very capable people, all five of them. They're very, very good adventurers. And guided me down here with almost little trouble. We went through a couple mazes, fought a couple things. I believe there were some dancing spiders or something like that, wasn't there? And we killed them all. We're a real good team. Not high enough. Ugh. She, y'all don't have to worry about what I'm doing, especially if y'all just throw up that little jewel, and me and my friends will be along our way. That's the fun thing is I don't have to go anywhere. Just bring this whole thing down top of you, or maybe I'll just watch y'all squirm. But right now, I got the high ground, and as she watches Near and try to get up, and he's not able to get up through there. It's hard. There, this is it's oddly designed, not designed very well to get up. It's hard, and yes, unfortunately, trying to go up quickly, you get about like halfway up the 30 feet. She just looks down. If you come any further, we're gonna have to stop you ourselves. And I just, if you want the bloodshed, we can do it, Mister Muir. But she's going to. Okay. No, I love that. No, that's amazing. I love that. That's incredible. I love it. No, no, that was beautiful, Faye. That was beautiful. That was fucking amazing. That was fucking amazing. Holy shit. Um, um, that was incredible. She, I need a persuasion check with advantage. I'm the advantage coming from Niran, but the that speech definitely lowers the DC on this. That was incredible. Okay. Not this is not disbelief. Can you please send a picture of that for not disbelief at all. That just deserves to be memorialized. Io. You can see her lips start to quiver. Resolve breaks. She turns and looks over at Elogia and says, "Thanks. Good job, everybody. Looks like you awakened the vestige of divergence." Immediately upon saying that, Elogia looks horrified and is going to cast a spell running out of the room, and I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw. She's now running out. Um, she probably casts something, maybe like throws something at Io. And I don't say like, maybe like, I'm just saying like she does not give Io a chance to do anything, and she goes out and starts casting a spell, and everybody is going to hear the ground start to shake, and the roof is going to start to come down as Elogia has casted a spell scroll of earthquake and starts to flee this area. As she rummages into her satchel, some things start to fall out as she rips it out and is gone. You can see as you guys are starting to fall, everything goes. Io starts to like makes a dive. Maggie runs towards Niran and sees like, oh no, what's going on with Io? But then has gotten you up, Niran, as everybody makes their dexterity saving throws. And I've got some dice I got to roll here. 5 dexterity saving. No, because the idea of you passing it is does not mean that all of a sudden you get an extra turn or anything. It means that your turn is spent avoiding the things that are happening. Now you could willingly fail to help somebody. All right. So the damage is from this everything falling on top of everybody is 21 points of damage. I have a pass, a pass, a pass. Everybody passes, so they all take half of that. If you pass on a DC of 13, you only take half of that. So they all passed. Oh wait, I open. You. Round up 12. Nope, 12. Oh, sorry. Yes, 10 or 11. 11. My bad. Brain broke. Brain broke. All good. You guys are good. You're all right. Thank you for catching me on that. Io is going to falls down because she is going to, and unfortunately because this is slope. There's not a cliff. It is a slope down there, falling down a cliff. I just remembered, not like, so I just kind of forgot about that. The rest are all going to be able to stay, but the reason why she fails is for a reason that you guys are all going to see in a moment as she takes even more damage. Uh, yes, you can. That's fucking bullshit, you know? I want you to know that. But that is actually that is absolutely how that works. Yeah, that is exactly how that would work. I hate that so much, but it's so good. He's hellish rebuking fucking Elogia. That's so smart. Okay, yeah. Io's fine. I mean, she's hurt. Io's cut up about half health at this point. As she comes down, Dermont and Galceriad and the 4 are going to come down. They all fail their dexterity checks. That's so funny. Maggie's going to stay above with Niran as the rest come down, and they all take damage and get cut up as they come down. Not, to find Ao, and then Ao, you see it's just these 2 stone tablets, rubble on top of her, and she stands up and says, "I'm really sorry, you guys." It, no, no, I didn't know you were gonna jump in immediately. You please do. She is now. Yeah, she like basically what you guys would have seen is she like tried to grab something, which apparently these stone tablets, and save them from being crushed. As a note, you guys now are a little stuck in this room as there has been a landslide and the door is now blocked in by some sort of rocks and crystals. You're stuck in this room. Thank you. I like to think that you hear her scream unexpectedly. She doesn't flinch as she looks like she's like about to like get something she deserves almost as she's like holding these tablets. With Dermot at her side, Galceriad, and then Irvon not almost wanting to block you, but then sees how pissed you are and gets out of the way. Dermot hugs too. Dermot hugs you. He was like so tense, and he just hugs you too. So you got this little goblin like hanging on to your like waist. Like he's just like he had an emotional roller coaster there. Yep. Yeah. else? Mm. Shoulder hand out. I was waiting for that. Yeah. Oh, that's smart. Oh, and she starts winding it around her wrist. And okay. I think that would hurt Io more than you might have thought it would. I think it would be Galsariad that would say. She really just made a very convincing argument, and Io just puts her hands up. It was my call. It was me. I got blinded. And Dermot says, "You've been going through a lot. It's okay. It's not your fault." And Irvon has not said a word, kind of just now looking at the ground. Hey, Dermot says, "Hey, you don't understand what we've been through. I'm not saying that you haven't been too, but it's been a lot." And go ahead. Io just says, Logia said you guys were chosen by the gods, and I just jealous again. And the way she made it sound like you guys were running around behind our backs. You didn't say. I didn't realize you guys were so close with all those people, and then I went and talked to them, and then I realized how much we didn't know. I just Gal says, I must admit that we didn't think that you were being completely forthright with us. And then catching you down here, I really felt like a little salt in the wind, but I agree that you were too quick to judge. You can tell that they've been through a lot of fights. I want to point like they do not look great, even from like what's happened here. Obviously, they took damage. None of them look like they're like you guys are bad in bad condition. They are just as bad, if not worse. Like they have not had a cakewalk through here by any means. But sorry, continue. Mhm. She gave us healing. Just I felt like the same, and it's easy to say now, but I thought that you guys were trying to give me the runaround. It wouldn't be the first time someone's done that to me, and I was wrong. Okay, yeah. Galsariad says, "Well, isn't that what everybody says? Criminal doesn't exactly announce himself as criminal." Maggie. Yep, Maggie starts. Um, Io, Io hands. I love that. Hands this to Galcerio, who says, "This is a teleportation circle. These are set for on Corel." Maggie has moved over. Well, she's helping people up. Irvon follows up behind Faye and begins starting to try and pull rocks and kind of tosses them to where nobody is. But he starts to kind of chucking rocks out of the way and starts doing work that way as Maggie is waiting to help other people up as they would like to come. Um, so you're going to help too? And you do as well? Okay. Yep. Yep. Could you read lightning lore for me? No. Yep. No, you're good. Otherwise, it trivializes other people's cantrips. Not in the party, but you are good. I was really considering it. I almost got there. Had to read the definition. Okay. So, who's all going to help dig us out, and who's going to rest? You're good. Sorry, Niren, go ahead. Yep. What's your strength score? No, no, your strength score. Thank you. Yep. No, you're good. It's not a problem. Like, yeah, obviously you're not as strong as the average person, but not a big deal. Who else is helping? Reina. What is your strength score? Faye and Reina. Okay, thank you. Focus helping. What's your strength score, please? 11. Thank you. So 8 plus 18 plus 11 plus 11 gives me a 48. So, I think Io is kind of dumbfounded down below. Dermot is going to climb up along with Irvon. Irvon's strength is a that number. Dermot's very so. Irvon is only slightly more effective than Niren. Dermot is just as strong as Faye. Galceriad is not helping, and Io is not, but Maggie is. Unless anybody is going to call them out. But that is still a strength score of 94, which blows past the required 70. So let me see. I have to do some mathing. 1 second. Okay. It takes about 8 hours for you to climb yourselves out of here, or you are able to get back into the Betrayer's Rise area that you were in before. So, one thing I have to look at. You are now with this group, so I have to see what they can do here. Galceriad is going to say, I have some energy left. Would you all like to see what our friend Alogia is up to? Um, Dermot is casting light so people can see. No, I can only see what she's doing for about 10 minutes. All right, and I'll say that while you guys are, so that you're not wasting time, like when you're getting yourselves out, he is going to scry because I should have done this before. He's going to show or tell you guys that he sees her in a desert-like town with like palm trees and like all kinds of like structures that he's never seen before, and she is moving towards a large building that seems to have like looks like it's blacked out, kind of not blacked out, but like it's shuttered up and everything. And yet she like knocks on the door and says a secret password and goes in. And as she goes in, she can see that she is. I don't have much. I wasn't successful, and she starts going into talking about what happened, talking about the group and how they can be expected to be coming to Marquette at some point, and they have the jewel, and we need to stop them and starts giving descriptions of the group. And so he like Galceri is just telling you that like naming like that one called Oak, Reina, like he's like saying like the descriptions that he's putting out. Like you guys are being marked people. Like you are getting this. You are under the impression that she teleported directly back to her people, which is probably where you guys might guess, and she is laying a trap for you all. Um, Who's really looking bad right now? Because Dermot would be looking to heal people, and I would like to. You're at half, okay? Okay, so okay, Dermot. No, Galceria did this grind. The Drow. Yeah, no. Dermot was no. Dermot would do this, but just as you guys are all starting to leave the cave, he'll touch you guys as you guys are going to whoever needs it. I think it's Oak that's pretty bad. You're okay. You refuse, okay? Okay. I love that. Um, Faye, would you let him do a cure wounds on you? Right. Oh boy. You can take 3, 11, 13 plus his spellcaster ability is. Okay, sure. Say it's. They don't give you spellcaster abilities for them. Cool. Plus 3. So you get 11, 15, 18 points of healing as he heals the rest. Um, Io would cast Animal Friendship and go to pet this chick who growls at her, and she goes, "Oh shit, okay, never mind." Yeah, she's. Oh, okay, okay, yep, yep. No, no, I got the way. Oh, okay, okay, There's no real words that I think I could even possibly come up with to answer that, especially with the vibe from Reina and Oak and Fifth Chick at this point too. Seeing the way that Oak and Reina responded. Yeah, go ahead, Reina. Yeah, yeah, and then yeah. Okay. I am loving all this. Are you guys doing like a walk away with these like mic drops, or are you guys waiting for responses just so I? Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Got you. Okay. Um, okay. Any other any add-ons to that before? I just don't want to step on anybody. Um, no. Yeah. What's up? Yep. Okay. So Io has been put in her place, so to speak, and in the way that she's been thoroughly neutered as a leader already. Like honestly, like you guys have put her in a place. Like you made a big mistake, right? Which is the literal worst thing she could have heard. So her heart kind of breaks, right? She's been looking to be this great leader, this someone that you would write a story about, and now, not only does she get these looks from Oak when she casts like a spell, like we're just trying to bond here, trying to make some of these like half-hearted attempts and stuff. You know what I mean? Like some good berries pop up in her hands. Not that she necessarily knows that. Maybe she probably thinks that Oak's a druid, and she goes to the Moorbounder and gets completely iced out. Reina, it's just all, and then Faye, what she says is just a nail in a coffin for someone's self-esteem. So she shrinks. Jeremiah probably tries to argue and then goes silent because he's not the bravest. And seeing the absolute fury in all of you, most, not least of which is Faye, would catch that. Galceriad has even wilted under this. The only one that remains, I would say, stoic is Irvon. He's been almost disassociating, and Maggie looks brokenhearted. Uh, Probably for Maggie or for Io, maybe for the group, maybe especially when Faye's like, we're not friends anymore. You know, these are cutting words to her too. She considers you guys all friends. So with that, you would hear Dermot say, "We'll get you out of here. We had a plan." And he looks over to Gal, and Gal kind of looks at Dermot and then looks over, and we did have a way out. Yes, if you would all like to come with us, he would start pulling out some components here, and he like in a spell scroll, and he'd hand it out if anybody wanted to see it. And so let me know if you guys do want to. He is still in possession of the two stone tablets as well, just as you pointed out. First, he kind of doesn't want to give them to you, but like doesn't. It's more of like a very before you even get a chance to respond, where he catches himself and hands over the two of them, and says, as I mentioned, they seem to be keyed to somewhere in Marquette. Teleportation stones. Yeah, I believe so. Io found them, and Io just nods somberly. No, that's what the tablets are. He is doing something different. Uh, sorry, I said a spell scroll just to differentiate. Sorry, he had a backup plan to get out of here. Gal looks at you like you're crazy, but he is not saying anything. I don't know. That is impossible for me to answer. You have not seen. You have not seen every room in here now, but you do, according to the book, you do level up. You guys, which is crazy to me. Do you say that out loud? Um, there's going to be some looks at it from the group. You can see them all exchange some looks, and then Dermot is going to, yeah, when you say "have you," that's all you need to say. And he would offer up something. There is a cloak and a cracked globe. That you find along with two garbs of the Cobalt Soul. They basically just be like some um, like a cloak that goes over top and then has a brooch of the Cobalt Soul with the eye of Ioun. Uh, is given to you along with the cloak of protection. So like there'd be three items, like literally. So one is a magic item that Gal says it's a cloak of protection, and then says that's a drift globe, but it's broken, and all it can do is cast light. Seems that they're being very forthcoming with things here, and we found them in this underneath the chasm floor along with Aurora Watch. I don't know if they were all maimed in horrible ways. I didn't even know that they were down here. We thought that they were fake. To be honest with you, we saw all kinds of weird things, things that would change forms. We almost made a deal with the devil, but we didn't even know. Yeah, the room before there was like these dancing specters, and then when they danced with them, they turned into our family, and we had to kill our own family member. then when you say this, like everybody else is like eyes look away, like that was like the most traumatizing thing. Dermot says it was really horrible, and then when we found in them, we just kind of thought that there was more of the ploys. Everything we found in here was deceptions or spiders. the, you can definitely tell that this like any adventurer wouldn't want to, but there's also like we're already in shit with these people enough, and so you definitely have now in your possession a cloak of protection. Dermot says, "If it makes you feel any better, I gave them funeral rats." Well, if not, we'll make sure. Okay. Galceriad says, "Good, because this place gives me the creeps. It's horrible, and I don't want to fight my fucking mother again." Gal looks at you like I'm assuming that's you were asking. You said Gal, right? Yeah, yeah. Shakes his head. No, I only just learned this. Coming down here. It was actually the first time I ever used that one. I know that I've been less than honest, but and he kind of looks over Ao and says, "I don't see any problem or any issue with doing that anymore now, with the way that things lie." No. I suppose that's fair, but you could take a moment to see it from my side. It's not as black and white. I respect your opinion. I have better things to do than to track your every move. I think that's. I feel that I know more of your story now. Not such a mystery anymore. I must confess, mystery is something that I find irresistible. I can see that you all are destined for something very big. Obviously, he kind of like looks around behind him at this area that you guys are kind of leaving, impossible geometries and stuff. As you guys kind of make your way out of there and back into the now quiet room that you have room for him to actually cast a spell in. It's very clear that there's nothing that we can do to be a part of this, and I see no point in trying anymore. Says it very sheepishly, and there is a lot of like not able to meet eyes and stuff. Gal, Gal starts to make a teleportation circle, looking at a scroll, putting some things, picking it up, and then putting it back down. He's not very good at this, it looks like, and he looks very. If you want to, yeah. Yeah, he releases it, and you are able to help him. He is a proud, ego-driven man, but even he can see when looking at the looks of condensation around, even if they don't even meet his eye, like if just Faye there being pissed off or Oak being pissed off, you know what I mean? Like just even your presence and the way how you guys are exuding yourselves would be enough. Now, if you do give him looks, he wilts, and he is quickly is abashed, and even in his drow pale face gets a little red. Irvon disassociated completely, is not there. He's basically checked out. Just says that no, Maggie is just hasn't left Neron's side. And it's almost like she keeps wanting to say something, but she just can't find words and stops every time. Dermot is not left Io's side, and Io looks like she's on the verge of tears. Like she looks like she done fucked up for sure. As Gal finishes the spell, and you guys, if there's any notes you want to, you can add it in. But the spell would start to circulate, whirl, a portal will open, and you'll see the room of the ready room itself beckoning you, and you could all jump forward into it. Zoom, 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 zoom. This chick, the last one, as it goes, do you guys stick around or do you immediately leave? You would like there's a natural way out of this room if you wanted to, like literally out of a doorway into another doorway if you would like to, but that is up to you. Or you can all congregate within this cramped living space if you would like, but you are back in the evening of, well, no, that would have taken you 8 hours. It is the middle of the night at this point. That took you 8 hours from 3, so it's about 11, 12 o'clock. You kind of hear with this being your third night here, technically, you would have known that they kind of have a theme to the music. It's pretty rowdy and boisterous at the beginning, and then kind of goes into slow and melancholy to almost like lullabies to get people to end their nights. So it's into that where you can't even hear the music above you. No, you got it. You were in where the room where Gal would be. Yep. Okay. With what purpose? You did. You did. You nailed it, and you would be immediately take it to him. Oh, okay. So you want word from him? You done. Who are you with? Like, is this like a group? Like, I'm just very curious. Are you like addressing the group? Or are you like, no, 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 no. I totally understood you. I just was curious. Are you like keying in on IO and like making eye contact and like you have to do this, or are you like looking at them all? Just a distinction that I would like to know. Yeah, perfect. Yep, not a problem. Yep. Oh no, not even. It's not even just about. Yeah, they are. It's not even just about staring them down. I was just curious if there was anybody in particular you were giving these orders to, or if it was to the group. That was all. And thank you. That's perfect. Oh yes. Takes a little bit, but yeah, he makes eye contact eventually after that awkward silence, and he realizes that they're talking to you. He kind of gets a nudge by Maggie. He kind of like reaches across and smacks him, and he just nods his head. Okay. Maggie says everything. Okay, I'll make sure. We're not doing this anymore, right, guys? No response. Just yeah, it was. Can you make a perception check, please? Actually, nope, nope, nope. I'm not going to do that. Nope, nope. You don't have to make any check. That's not right. You feel something get slid into your pocket. A piece of paper. Yeah, a piece of paper, parchment. It is a poem that I shared with everybody as the group leaves. Oh, okay. Sorry. You give her the token of the changebringer. Love that. see. Niran, you would know that they are facing jail time, 5 days at least, and a fine of 120 gold pieces for minimum for trespassing. If they get fined, if they got, if they made any damage to private property or dynasty property, that could get up to as high as 50 days and twice the worth of property. You could even call us treason if you really wanted to. Depends on how mad Theron is. Or Varen, sorry, not Theron, Varen. You're good. Ravon's going to speak up and say, we might have assaulted some guards. We were in trouble. Literally, Gal's gonna be like, you weren't supposed to tell them. Like that's gonna be like everyone. And he just looks defiantly at everybody, like he's finally like done with some shit. Like this boyish figure just looking at daring any of them. She just said she was working with a group of eccentric archaeologists. That's what Dermot's going to say, and then Gal says, "Well, we already knew that they were part of some sort of group, but I really did think that they were just archaeologists. But it appears that they were maybe of the occult." You mentioned something about that Rudis moon, which I've never really thought about, but nothing ever good comes from that. Io, no, they're gonna know. Not, not stupid. Logia used to spell on them. I'm sure. I'm sure they'll figure it out. I don't think so. I know he's like you know what I mean. Like he says that, but you know what I mean. Like he doesn't make you feel confident. Io says we're going to Marquette. That's what Io says. We're gonna stop. We're gonna stop Elogia. We let her do this. We're gonna stop her. Gal. Io says, look, we're gonna just undo what we did. I'm not here to play it safe. That's not what I'm here for. It's because I didn't know who I could trust. Now I do, sort of. At least we'll fall fighting for something. Trying to make a difference. Better than being a coward and running away. Elsaria, oh, but no, he's going to hand you one of the stone tablets as you were starting to say yours. Grandma's going to speak up and he's going to say, that's enough. I think we've all said a lot of things here today. I think that's just, everyone needs to go get some sleep. Look, you guys are, no, we've all been through a lot today and we need to chill out. He kind of looks over everybody's. Because there's no such thing as one side that does everything wrong and one side does everything right. It's all I'm saying. And I'm just saying you guys have laid it on very thick today. And I just think we should take some sleep, like Nurin said. Look, we've okay. Oak leaves. Vithchik is gone. Everyone's going to just say, "Look, it's been a long day. Let me talk to my friends and get them settled. Come on. Little goblin guy, looking like he's starting to get a little annoyed with you. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to let us have some time to get our wits about us. It's been a bad day. I made mistakes. We all made mistakes. You guys have made sure to tell everybody that multiple times. We get it. You guys are better than us. Can we just get our bearings? He's almost pleading with you guys. He's like doesn't know what to say to get you guys to leave. Maggie is going to step forward and kind of touch Neron and kind of whisper and say, and not even whisper, just give you like, please. But go ahead, please, Raina. My whole job. I am. She looks very like sorrowful. Yeah, she looks very sorrowful to you, but like grateful, but like upset and sad. Dermot's looking pissed. I don't want to kill anybody. Better believe it. It looks like a man that would fuck Maggie right up. Wow. As you guys leave the room, where does everybody head? Pulling who, sorry? Oh, I'll shut. Yeah, of course, always. Ooh, not what I expected. Belosia. She only knew what she just caused. Sometimes I totally misunderstand how people feel about certain people, and that was one of them. I only got to see Kay and Dessa's face. I could only imagine what Athena and Rory looked like. The shock and upset and being pissed. You were doing lovely, and then Elogia came in and started spreading seeds of doubt. And when you listen to what Ao is like, kind of makes sense that it would work. But she didn't fight you, and she defended you guys in the end. Man, I think Maggie wants to fight you. Would you describe her as hot-headed and impulsive? See if I can make her a trope. She might have a bunch of enablers around her. I don't know if that's what he said, but Character arc. Crazy. It's like she's a conniving, will do whatever she can to get what she wants type of person. Oh. So Sebastian, I love that name. It's all good. We don't need the maps right now. You're all good. Relax. A little take a breath. You're worrying about it. We are out of there. You are in the ready room now. Oh no. Yeah, you that. I mean, we're on the last one. You're out. I agree. Are you guys going to go to bed, or is there going to be a late night conversation about this? Right, you guys are going to bar. Okay, yep, perfect. Nope, that's perfect. Nope, that's all. That is all I need to know. That is perfect. Well, a little bit. So we'll just pick up with you guys, kind of just drinking at the bar with a quiet. Well, as soon as Kay gets back, of course, because we don't want to start without her. But we'll start with you guys just having a quiet drink and food. No rush, by the way, of course, but that's where we'll pick up, just so you guys have an idea. Yeah, that's the biggest deal. Are you gonna murder the DM? You're feeling a lot right now. I'm a little confused. A little rage. they were coming down one way or another, escorting it as far as the loggia was concerned. But yeah, I will. There's not much. It might be what? Uh, you guys pick up having some light food given to you. I love this. And drinks poured for you. They were gonna call last call when they see you guys come in. They're like, it's about to. Never mind. You all look like you could use some. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like every one of you looks that. Yeah, and he doesn't even get pissed off. Like you bring up Vith Chick, and Vith Chick is like, "Yep," and now in the building because you guys don't have the energy to take him to the back, and you just bring him. They go to say stuff and they go to protest, and then they realize the entire scene is like, "This is one time. This is a fight you don't pick right now," and they just like, "Okay, yeah, no worry." You know what I mean? Like, well, there's an element of like, we're not. Never mind. Okay, and so you true heroes. I'll wake the cook. He goes to the back and goes, and you guys are able to eat and stew. And whenever you guys feel like broaching a topic, you may. You are alone here, oddly enough. I believe it's Delma. Delez. But yes, he is working late. One of the owners here, and we'll make sure that you get your cocktail ready for you and delivered for you, so you'd have that to drink with near. And you guys would be supplied some food too, some basic foods if you wanted them. What's that? Uh, we sent the entertainment home, but I'll go find somebody. 1 minute. Uh, are you sure? I know a few ditties. Well, I'm not much of a performer, but I went to the Luxon temples. Is that right? It's a little bit like a shanty, except not on the ocean. I like to think there was something that my father was a farmer and his grandfather before him, and I thought that was, well, for the birds, really. Not that this is much better, but it's yeah. So he would go on to like basically like a version of Old MacDonald Had a Farm kind of a thing, like little like working songs that you would hear. Yeah, and like he would like pull out this like little dulcimer thing that he kind of like a little stringed instrument. I think it's a dulcimer. Yeah, a little kind of stringed instrument, and he doesn't play it very well. There's not a lot of expertise, a lot of rust, and it's out of tune, and it's missing one of the strings, so he can't play some of the notes. But he gets the point across, and it's not that bad. You hear some laughing from from the back. Apparently, Prima is back there and could not control herself, um, and get a rise even at this late night. You don't have to give him more ammo. You kind of puts it down and kind of just storms off. Not like actually, just more of like a little embarrassment. He's not like that. He's just like, well, you don't have to be like that kind of thing. He just kind of meanders away for a little bit before coming back. A little more butthurt than he actually is. When the guys get teased and stuff. So he's not that sensitive, but it's just plays it up a little bit. Which actually would bring Prina out, and she would kind of say hello to the group, and you'd see the draft. She looks very tired, and she's actually now kind of you see has a limp this morning or this tonight as she's making her way over to kind of fix herself a drink as she just says hello to everybody with a bit of a curt smile and like a friendly smile, but then it kind of disappears as she goes to walk to do that. And it appears that these two are the only ones here. Even the bellhop has kind of gone down, and even though he's gone down, then the thing got raised up, the elevator. So you guys kind of have this place to yourself right now. What do you mean? I'm just trying to figure out how you would know anything at this point. The dog. No, the dog would let us know. Lassie, did Timmy fall in the well again? Um, I think that there are elements to this. This there was a calling happening from this creature, and I think that he would have alluded to some of it, but maybe it was a cry for attention. Um, but you guys would have a hard time knowing exactly because all you did was, you know, that the wailing has stopped in that room when you came out, and then you teleported to here. So I would think that Neuron in the group would probably feel like you have beat the curse, but I don't think you would have like concrete. It wasn't like a blast of energy went out. It's not like Betrayer's Rise fell in on itself. Um, that's true. Totally true. Those pustules are gone, and that energy would have created that white triangle and would have kind of released some energy that way. So, I mean, there's no reason for you guys to not think that, but at the same time, it is hard to tell. Even before this, there were portals and creatures still trying to get in, but at the same time, you do know that the source of this had to be Elixir, and he was calling for you. He's been trying to get each one of you to come to help him and save him. So there is that element. So I would say that Niren does not feel like he's talking at a turn when he says this. Really, here's hoping because business sucks lately. Aurora watched. Like they drink. That's it. They don't eat. Only rations. I miss the days of luxury. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, Prim's already spending it on improvement. It's not really that much. It's only 5 to 10 gold. I mean, we can. Well, I don't mean as to be ungrateful. Well, I mean, interesting. Well,